Good evening and welcome everybody. Nice to see you here. I hope everything works technically and you can hear me. And you had a fantastic day so far. Welcome everybody. Nice to see you. Silmarillion, Time Lord guy, Ansel. Gregory. Blind-Blinded Fool, Radagast, Cord. Nice to see you all. And yeah, today we have another one of those watch parties. And we start with the first Hobbit film. I planned originally to start with War of the Rohirrim. But I think to get Return of the King before Christmas, in the week before Christmas, loud and clear, awesome. We have to get a little bit also Emry and Balder and Robo Rain in the Twitch chat and all the others. What was I? Yeah, we wanted to start with War of the Rohirrim. The problem is I won't have, I think, the time to get so many watch party streams before Christmas. Like, that's quite a bit because I have some other projects in the meantime going. And as a result, the time is a little bit problematic for me to fit this. So we could do the maybe War of the Rohirrim after Christmas. That would be. Also, Jack, welcome. Nice to see you. Then on the thing here, disclaimer right at the start, obviously for most people, but I say this because a lot of people, I get every time I leave these VODs here online of these watch parties, I get downvotes like hell because people think, hey, this is not the movie. Why is this not the movie? I don't know why people don't know what a watch party is, but what a watch party is, you have to find a source to play the film on your local system, like a stream, DVD, Blu-ray, whatever, and watch it. All I do is I show the time code so you can sync up with my version, and then we watch together, talk over the film a little bit, I look at chat, we can discuss a scene here and there. That's basically the idea. Okay. There will also be some silence here and there because of watching the film, and sometimes you want to listen to what the people are saying, but that this is, yeah, the disclaimer. I won't, technically I could stream the film, I think, but I won't do this because then my channel just gets taken down. I don't want to get a copyright strike on this channel. So that's the reason. I think that's also not unreasonable, if that makes sense. And so I have to find also an audio device. I mute this one. Let's hope that this works. Because I need sound. I forgot how it always worked. I'm hyped only to see the extended edition of The Hobbit once. Oh, awesome. So how long is the extended edition? That's also a good question, to be honest, for people to know if they have the right edition. So if I click here on my side and off side of play, the total playtime is 3 hours and 2 minutes. Maybe I can go. Well, it was stupid. Whatever. No, it's too late. Let me see what the last scene is. I'm not sure if the credits are. So the credits start at 2 hours 52. So round about 3 hours, I would say, is the extended edition. Oh god, I did a terrible mistake, I think. Let's say the credits run through, and now I have to go through all the different scenes. Okay, I think I got it. Hey Tremexer, also nice to see you. Matt, also welcome. Finally got a live stream, nice. Glad you could make it. Okay, that should work. I have a chat, I have the film. It will be also not that easy. Hope the chat doesn't die, as always. Also, if I might say nothing for like 3 minutes or something, maybe ask in chat if I'm muted. This could happen because I might eat a snack here and then mute myself for the time being. Hope you're kind of excited. Oh, we only learned an hour ago. I'm sorry. I think I scheduled it early today, like at, I don't know, 12 hours ago or something. Nice to see you. Okay, we need the time codes. This film for me, in my version, only has one. What do you call it? Blu-ray disc, one disc. As a result, there is only one timer this time. This one here. Let's check if it works. Not sure which one it is, to be honest. And the wrong one. That's the right one. Okay. Haven't started yet, just want to test if I have the right play button. Because I have 2 play buttons for 2 timers. In the Lord of the Rings Blu-ray, I'm using the Blu-ray edition of The Hobbit. There will be 2 time codes because we have to switch the disc. We could also argue about, I don't know, if you should take a break. I think, I don't know, in between here in The Hobbit. I'm not sure if it's necessary, but if some people say, hey, I need to switch the disc, then feel free to post it in chat and we just pause at the time and moment and just wait for people to change the disc. So nobody is in a hurry or so. But also, like I said, could think about taking a break in between. But I don't know, like it depends on you, chat, what you want to do. Oh, we'll know when you are muted though. Like I said, when I don't say anything for like 2 minutes or something, I might be muted. If I have not said anything. I have the 2 disc version, but that doesn't matter because I can't stay that long anyway. Okay. But yeah, we do this every year. We start with the first Hobbit film. As said, we will go to the second Hobbit film next week, maybe on Sunday again. I'm not 100% sure yet on when we do this. Maybe try start an hour earlier or something this week. It didn't work out earlier. Next week, yeah, then it's the second Hobbit film, third Hobbit film, first Lord of the Rings film, and so on. And before Christmas, the week before Christmas, we watch Return of the King. That's the plan. After Christmas, we might watch War of the Rohirrim then. If people so desire, maybe I make a poll on the YouTube thing. Check that out as well. And then I would say, if everybody's already kind of ready to play, I would say we could start in a moment, right? Because the film is 3 hours, so we'll take some time. Go to fellowship on Saturday 6. Okay, I try. We might do it Sundays or something. On the other side, I have to kind of check my personal schedule as well. Okay, Jack is ready. Okay. What the extended cut has, well, we can maybe tell you at times if the next section is extended or not. I don't know it out of my head, but there's a little symbol in the scene selection. Okay, chat. Then everybody seems to be ready. I'm kind of looking forward to this. Maybe I should change my headphones because I want to try something anyway. Fear is a bit that sound bleed. No, it should not bleed through. So very curious. Timer. This thing here, I can see something. It's also important. My control thing here. Okay, I think I'm also ready. So I would say we start in 3, 2, 1. Let's go. I know that the Hobbit films are not the most popular ones. I have to admit though, I think the first Hobbit is actually decent for the most part. There's some stupid stuff in it as well. Timer is dead. Shall we? Okay. Since we're at the beginning, reset, chat. Reset. We have to do another countdown then. Okay. Let me try again. How did I miss that? I think I missed the button or something didn't work. I don't know. Because we're at the we start over. We're 6 seconds in or something or 10. Let's just try to keep the timer somewhat. Thank you for the hint. I would not have noticed because I was looking at the screen. So we have to start again. Sorry, chat. Sorry. Let's restart. If I noticed 5 minutes in, I would say whatever. But this way, I think we restart. Then let's give it another try, chat. We start in 1. Again in 3, 2, 1. Let's go. Now it started. Awesome. I agree the first one's a better one. Yeah, I think the first one is pretty decent because at least I think like I have a lore channel here. As a result, most people here are deep into the books as well, and the first film is for the most part closer to the books, I think. And then the second film stuff get wild, and the third film is also wild. Yeah, I guess the first 45 minutes are okay. The Gollum scene is also not bad. Actually pretty good, I think. So just seeing the Hobbit being faded out. Very nice to see. Well, that's interesting. I like how the theme goes a bit into Lord of the Rings territory and then changes a bit. Here's an interesting strangeness. Thor's son, Throin, is missing his eye, which is also correct according to the books. Hey, Revolverator, nice to see you. We just started. Yeah, in the book it's interesting. It is interestingly not what really happened in this regard, but how Bilbo tells the story. It's a kind of little thing because Tolkien had to change the story for the release of Lord of the Rings a bit, and Bilbo tells the story slightly different than it actually happens. It's the first edition of the Hobbit. That's the version Bilbo tells, and the second edition and further is the version how it really happened. It's a little neat thing Tolkien did there. Nice to see you, Tirza. Welcome. Beowulf, yeah. Yeah, some similarities. But yeah, the point, you talked about the Eye of Throin. And interestingly, the eye later is back from Throin. It's kind of a continuity mistake. I don't know why though. Also, in the film, I got a question last time in the comments, I think, about the dragon sickness. And interestingly, the word dragon sickness is only mentioned one time in The Hobbit. And it's also hinted, of course, for Thorin. Spoiler. In a way. Also, yeah, another thing I just also, because we talked about other stuff, we have seen dwarf women. It's the first time seeing them. They have a slight beard. Also here, Balin is older than Thorin. That's different in the books. Thorin is older than Balin by around about 10 to 14 years, something like that. Thorin, or Balin at this time, was like 6. He was just a child. A young lad. And Thorin was, I think, 20 or something. Maybe a bit younger than that. He was also very young for dwarven thing. Like, dwarven adulthood is also something around 50 or something, so... I think in the Battle of Azanulbizar, which also will be mentioned at some point, which happened later than this. And interestingly also, when it comes to the father of Thorin, he lost his eye in the battle that later appears. The Battle of Azanulbizar. But they moved it before these events, I think. That's why he lost... Like, in the battle he lost his eye. It's a bit of strange with his eye, I don't know why. But like I said, Peter Jackson was not planned to be the director on this. He had like 6 weeks to prepare for this and then let's go. Because he had to replace the original director. No, that story I did not hear yet. Yeah. It's definitely an important story. The villages of men, for example, in Dunland. The dwarfs of Erebor, Odin and friends Thror went to Dunland for some time. Means our first Hobbit movie was one I enjoyed. The next one, not so much. Yeah. And here's the extended scene. We see young Bilbo, and we see old Took. I think the we see also the mother of Bilbo, Belladonna Baggins or Belladonna Took. It's a very short one, but it's kind of cool to see. We see the images sometimes here in the background hanging. I think in the... I'm not sure if it's in Lord of the Rings or in this one where the images of the parents are Fran Welch and Peter Jackson to their likeness. Yeah, they should leave through the secret door, I think. Would have to look it up, to be honest. If there is a lot of detail, but yeah, they leave through the door when the dragon comes. And the dragon just basically waited on the hill. A lot of smoke. He fired up the forest on top of it, and then the smoke blew into Erebor. There was a lot of chaos. When the dwarves came out, he could just roast them with his breath. And I think they left through the secret thing there. Was it the second one? Peter to Hurry, the film? I don't know. They kind of made them all together, but I think he had to hurry with all the films, I think, because he lost pre-production time because he had to jump in, and that's very important. You notice this especially in the third film, I think. It's like, I think from a directing perspective, not a director, but it feels like the most inconsistent or the strangest. It has its moments. I was so disappointed by the second one that the third one, when I saw it in cinema, I was okay. It was okay. There's some absolute nonsense in it. You have to live with that. $60 earlier. So this is the year 2941. And the birthday party of Bilbo is 3001. So exactly 60 years later. This is a classic dialogue. I often tell the story that in the early draft scripts for Star Wars, this dialogue scene was also included. I think between Mr. Starkiller, as he was called in the early drafts, so Luke Skywalker, and I think Obi-Wan. I'm not 100% sure though. He tried to quote it, but it didn't make it to the final film because George Lucas was afraid that he might get sued for that. Yeah, I think it was Obi-Wan. Yeah, I have a video about talking about Star Wars and Lord of the Rings and some parallels. Yeah, that is true. Lucas, but you could also say this. You could say the same for Tolkien. I think George Lucas often is a bit. I wouldn't say criticized. Yeah, maybe he's a bit criticized for stealing his stuff. But a lot of other authors also stole stuff all the time. Like compare Children of Húrin to. Yeah, inspired is maybe a better word. Like, look at the Children of Húrin story and compare it to the story of Kullervo. And also, like somebody said earlier, the troll story and some other elements are similar to Beowulf and so on. The Tolkien was inspired also a lot by mythology, which he also looked deep into. Hearing about Dune and seeing how much connection with it. This is a rune. This should be the magic rune for G. For Gandalf. It is Kirs. We could look it up, but then I'm not able to watch the film that well. My Kirs. Like, there was a time I could almost, I wouldn't say fluently read it, but knew the signs quite well. But it's so long ago that I forgot the stuff, everything again, unfortunately. Yeah, it's a G. in Kirs. Originally an Elvish writing system, but the dwarves adapted it. So it's kind of fitting that he uses it here. The dwarves changed some sounds for the alphabet, so to say, for the runes around the different modes, so you have to kind of know who wrote it. Like Moria and Erebor used a kind of small, slightly different system. It seems so lovely seeing more life of the Shire life. Yeah, I agree. Long beard, pointy head, can't say I have. This is also what Butterbur later says, I think, in the Fellowship, right? Gandalf? Beard, long pointy head? Never, haven't seen it in ages. Never heard of him. Something like that. I just want to point out also the food looks always delicious here. I haven't seen 6 months, something like that. No. I like Dwalin. He's his brother. Also, I really like Balin. Balin and Dwalin, I think, are both great characters in these Hobbit films. Balin is the only one besides Thorin in the company who actually was old enough to be born at the time when Erebor was a thing, I think. I think Dwalin was born later. Hey, Infinity Essence, nice to see you. Apology accepted. Fili and Kili, nice. Yeah, these are the nephews of Thorin Oakenshield. In theory, if Thorin Oakenshield should not survive, one of them, the older one of them, had the chance to kind of inherit, I guess. I'm not 100% sure how these stuff works. Can't tell. It's nice. A question for Chris and Thorin's father? Let me hear. I think the succession goes to who's the largest. Well, I always before and before, I always confuse them. It's kind of fascinating. The guy with the hearing thing is, by the way, is Oin. Thank you. And the youngest one is Ori. I had to think about who is Ori and who is Oin. Uncle of Gimli. Yeah, and interestingly, Ori and Oin go on the expedition of Balin later to Moria, and where in the Fellowship, spoiler, they find the grave of Balin. Did he go to Sauron because he had the dwarf ring? No, he was close to that area, and Sauron snatched him around this time. Like, he went missing. It is possible that through the ring he had possessed the ring of Thror. That's that's Ori. What did I say? Infinity Essence. We go first. Why first? Can you tell me the context? I forgot what I said to kind of make sense out of it. And so, first of 3 films. Yep. He just was eating a moment and didn't want to. The Dwarf of the Iron Hills, interesting. Doin Dane. So, how was it, chat? The brother of Thror was Gror, and he went to the Iron Mountains. And from this line is Doin Dane Dine Ironfoot. Pronunciation is always a bit difficult because it's written with a long A. And the long A in Old Norse name, Doin. And the long A is always pronounced like an O. So it's more. And it's not a diphthong, so it's 2 syllables. Same with Gloin. Gloin, as most say. Because the O and the is 2 syllables. Gloin is 1 syllable. Gloin, 2 syllables. It should be 2 syllables according to Old Norse pronunciation, but it's always difficult. Well, he was around. Gandalf was around when Shartha. Is there an R? Shartha. Is there an R in it? I think no. So it's Shartha. Yeah, Shartha. And Shartha is interesting because recently a poem was published about Shartha and gives us some additional information on that dragon. And yeah, we'll later learn how Gandalf got the key and the map. Also, we can read in a text published in Unfinished Tales that the meeting of Thorin and Bilbo was a disaster. Like Thorin was thinking that the wizard was mocking him when he saw Bilbo the first time. Also, Dwalin is Thorin's kind of battle brother, which is good. Wouldn't work with older Thorin, yeah, for sure. part. I like that Bilbo agrees. Yeah. Gandalf had to do a lot of convincing in regards to Thorin. Thorin was not convinced here. Thorin originally wanted to potentially compose an army to attack Erebor. And Gandalf convinced him to take a more subtle approach for it. And this is how this whole party is most of Gandalf's idea. But Gandalf had some convincing what convinced, according to Tolkien, Thorin at the end was. We can find the section in the thing, which is very interesting to read. It's an unfinished tale, so it's not in the Hobbit book or anything. But there's a section called The Quest for Erebor. Do then, I said. I can say no more, unless it is this. I do not give my love or trust lightly, Thorin, but I am fond of this hobbit and wish him well. Treat him well, and you shall have my friendship to the end of your days. And he also said, Gandalf said that he has like a foresight that when Bilbo does not come to this journey, on this mission, it will fail. If this hobbit goes with you, you will succeed. If not, you will fail. A foresight is on me and I'm warning you. Und wir können auch lesen, etwas später. Thorin said at last, after a while, he shall set out with my company if he dares, which I doubt. But if you insist on burdening me with him, you must come too and look after your darling. Good, answered Gandalf. So this was also kind of a condition between this. I also have to be careful that I don't switch back to German while reading this. Sorry. Okay. And yeah, I could have said nothing better, explains Gandalf. Dwarves understood devotion to friends and gratitude to those who help them. And then Thorin agreed. But at the beginning, Thorin was almost to leave. We thought like Gandalf is mocking him with Bilbo. He was not in good shape. So yeah, very interesting. I have to be honest, I'm not quite sure who's the youngest in the group. I'm really bad with numbers and dates, to be fair. So Keely was 77. And his brother Keely was 77. Feely was 82 already. '77 is 2,864. Ori was 1 year. Okay, it's not clear when Ori was born, it seems. He's born between 2,763 and 2,840. Okay, Ori could have been much older. No 1% sure. 64. Yeah, Misty Mountain Song is awesome. That's such a cool moment also. We have a question how he got his name. Which 1% sure. Oh, Bull Roarer got his name. But yeah, we have like still an, what is it called, anachronism there with the invention of the game of golf and so on. The current scene is the song of the dwarves. Now the scene is Bilbo wakes up in the morning. And the next few scenes are all. The next extended scene is in Rivendell. It's kind of interesting. They're only extended scenes, not completely new ones, which also exist. Yeah, in Rivendell there's a scene where Bilbo talks to Elrond. That I think is a new one. One of the new ones. Jumping over the fence and stuff. I think yes, to be fair. Dwarves were a little bit taller than hobbits, I think, but not much. I wish they included the scene where Bilbo have to run around to prepare the beds for all, and the dwarves tell him how they want their eggs cooked in the morning. Forgot my head catch. If I kind of like to see. Now the complete anachronism here. Very beautiful landscape scenes I always find. Oh, for sure a bit edited here and there. I mean, The Hobbit has a very different look from The Lord of the Rings. Very saturated color-wise, very colorful. The father of Gimli, there's what is the word for schnarchen in English? Snark? No. Snoring. Thank you. The moss snoring, exactly. So yeah, here's a big difference already to the books. King Thror, which we see here, fighting Azog, was killed by Azog, but not in this battle before. He was killed and his head cut off and thrown to a servant, and the servant should bring it to the people, and they put a purse or something in his mouth. So we see the beheading here, but the beheading happened before. The reason this battle here, which was the last one of many, many battles, the War of Dwarves and Orcs, happened, the reason this battle, the other dwarves came to help Durin's folk in the battle, was because they killed the king of the Longbeards, the orcs, and the dwarf said, "Okay, that's crossing a line." And then they went into the mountains, into the deeps of the Misty Mountains and surroundings, and cleared and killed every orc they could find. They reduced the orcs. It was very difficult for the dwarves as well, because they lost a lot of men. And this was like the final battle. And when everything seemed to be lost, oh yeah, then Dane Ironfoot came. And yeah, in this battle, Azog died. He was slain by Dain or Doin in the books. He came like as last reinforcement, and Dain was very young at this time. Was like 36 or something in this battle. And was considered a very impressive task. But Azog, before Doin killed him, also killed Doin's father. And then the Longbeards asked to retake Moria. But Doin said, "No, let's not do that." He looked into the west gate and said, "No, there are forces beyond this we should not mess with." But yeah, it was definitely... There were so many dead in this battle that they could not bring them home. So they had to burn them there. Usually dwarves are not burned. It was like a word or a term along the dwarf that they had like ancestors that were burned dwarves. And yeah, but the story with the oaken branch is also in the book. Like Thorin and his father got pushed back into some near forest there, and there he had to kind of use he had to use a branch as shield and as club basically in the battle. And it references to another name in the Edda, which is I think it's Oakenskjaldi, which means oaken shield. So the name Thorin Oakenshield is also from the Edda. I think it's two different names though in the Edda. Like there's a long list with names in the Dwergatal. Would Thorin's behavior later be explained with PTSD? Maybe. Yeah, not the ring. Like Thror had at least the ring that made him kind of greedy in a way. Thorin's father had the ring as well, but he was captured by Sauron around Mirkwood, or by his servants of Sauron, and then Sauron had the ring of Thror, and it was lost this way. But Thorin Oakenshield never had the ring, but he still showed signs of it. And the dragon sickness, of course, the reason for it is that a dwarf behaves like a dragon, hoarding the treasure. Shots fired, Bilbo. Shots fired. Is he also a great wizard, or is he like you? Interestingly, Radagast is mentioned once in The Hobbit already. In the scene where we meet Beorn, it's the next film though. And he plays a bigger role here in The Hobbit, while in the books Radagast has a bigger role in Lord of the Rings, interestingly. What is also interesting, that he mentioned the Blue Wizards. And this is kind of a interesting detail, because the other two wizards, he says so, that he doesn't know much about them. But there's no mention of them being the Blue Wizards in the Lord of the Rings. There's only a mention that there are 5 wizards total by Saruman. Let us slip with the 5 rods of the wizards. We know only Radagast, Gandalf, and Saruman. The other two are not mentioned. We all know it from a letter and from 2 essays Tolkien wrote, where they appear. It's only implied. The word dragon sickness in the Hobbit book only appears 1 time. Yeah. I also like Radagast. The house design is also kind of cool. Favorite part of the appendices. Yeah, it's pretty cool stuff in the appendices there. Yeah, that's also an interesting story that it's not to dine, but later a messenger appears in Erebor, to dine, of course, and promise them rings, as you say. And they didn't hear from Balin for a long time. We already see the hint at the spiders later. It's also the second film. Who is described as his brother? You mean Radagast is a cousin. Gandalf says, "Oh yeah, maybe you've heard of my cousin Radagast." Here we have Dol Guldur, the Hill of Black Sorcery. Originally known as Amon Lang, potentially. It's a bit complicated with the story of this place. But originally, it seems that it was a place of the elves, and they got driven out by basically Sauron there, and had to move further north until farther north Thranduil established his hold there. Potentially also his father, it's hard to say. Well, it's not hard to say. I think his father would have been dead already at this point, if he existed. It's a complicated matter with Orofer, the father of Thranduil. This is an interesting place here. This could be the Forsaken Inn that appears in Lord of the Rings. I always forget the connection to The Hobbit when it comes to Forsaken Inn. I think in History of the Hobbit by Mr. Radcliffe, there's a hint also for the Forsaken Inn somewhere. I forgot the context. Who was that? Myself. Sebastian is a weird name for Middle-earth. Yeah, potentially it is. Oakenshield's a better name, yeah. But he was also called Oakenshield, not Oakenbed. Knowledge. The Hobbit values his food. Stargans. Pesky dwarfs. Yeah, it does make sense that they only take 2 ponies there. They also had taken more than... They have 4 ponies. Did somebody say the orcs and trolls stole the language from others? Yeah, there is a kind of that orcs especially there was like a weird mixture of many different languages. I'm not sure for the trolls. As an explanation that usually trolls, especially the Olokai, spoke black speech. But these dudes here are kind of special in the troll shorts. I had a long section about the troll shorts in one of my videos, I think. And the book is seen as plays out somewhat different. I think the essence is kind of kept intact for the most part. But yeah, if the trolls speak like common speech that others can understand it, then it kind of makes sense, I think, that they have some kind of dialect or so. Oh no, I'm muted. Where was I going with it? Okay. How long am I muted, chat? Oh no, I was watching a movie. A few minutes. Oh no! So there was I mentioned the key, I think. I'm not sure if that was muted there. But yeah, there was a key. There was all kinds of other stuff. But the essence is the same. They played for time. So they lost the day. And then they got turned into stone. Which interesting. Tolkien, when he wrote all of this, he worked on his mythology already, but the Hobbit was kind of separated from it. He planned to include it potentially at one time to his other mythologies, but then he just borrowed the names of the Silmarillion he was working on. And as a result, we have many names of the Silmarillion, like these swords here from Gondolin. Elrond also was borrowed, and so on. A lot of characters, ideas, and so on land here, but it was not like he had like a consistency for some creatures like trolls, I guess. So they turn into stone and speak English or common speech. All this was changed a bit later and so on. So we have Glamdring and Orcrist. They even put, I think we can read that they even put spells on this or something like this, which is very interesting, to be honest. The Biter, the Foehammer. Swords that are over 6,000 years old and I'm still perfectly usable. Yeah, it is actually true. But yeah, 6,000 years old, still perfectly usable. Sting, yeah. It's kind of cool that Sting gets his name later during the story. I find this very cool. That how do these weapons got their names? No, they wouldn't forge and say, yeah, this is this. I think some weapons like Sting get their names due to deeds that happened with those weapons. The decay of Mirkwood happened much earlier, like when Sauron took Dol Guldur, which was... I forgot when he started with Dol Guldur. Would have to look it up date-wise, but it was early Third Age, I think. Maybe 1,000 years into the Third Age. I think when the wizards appeared or something. Yeah, 1,100. After 1,000, the evil presence took over Amon Lang. It was 1,050 that a shadow fell upon Greenwood, and it began to be called Mirkwood. So that happened like thousands of years ago. We're in the year 2,941 for context. and we're talking about the year 1050. So almost 2000 years ago, this forest here slowly, or the Mirkwood slowly turned. But they're not in Mirkwood now here. Like, Radagast is from Mirkwood, of course. But they're currently still west of the Misty Mountains. And it's interestingly that Gandalf goes to Dol Guldur and checks out what's going on there in the book. So this, he has now moved a bit to Radagast, his early discovery. But first, Gandalf went there and he found nothing. But he was suspicious. That's it from me this time. Enjoy the rest of the movie. Next Sunday, I will be better prepared. Sleep in advance for a bit to the trick. Until then, yeah, see you next time. Though I have to admit, next Sunday, what date is it? No, Sunday should be okay, I think. I think it's Saturday. I have an Elden Ring tournament. I participate, actually, one Elden Ring tournament and one Dark Souls tournament, so I have to do some preparation for it as well. I have to play the tournament. I forgot the date when we started. I think it's Saturday where we have our matches. Yeah, there was always a rumor of the Necromancer, and originally Sauron, the earlier version, I won't say it's earlier version of Sauron, but the character that existed that eventually evolved or was replaced by Sauron was a character called Thu, and he was Thu the Necromancer. In the Silmarillion. In the first age, though. No, it's still in at the 29th November I have my match. So we still have some time, so next week should be somewhat fine. Yeah. Roscoe place where Radagast lives, basically. It's his home. Cool, Ubernerd, do you think so? I'm not sure about cool, but definitely an Ubernerd. Oh, met him at a convention. Oh, that's cool. In the book, there's a talking purse. Yes, of course. I remember, yes. One of the trolls has a purse. There's a lot of mythology stuff in this Hobbit story. That is a bit... Like, the tone of the Hobbit is quite a bit different from the Lord of the Rings. I think the way to Rivendell is quite a bit more forward. Also, I think before they reach Rivendell, there's in the cinema version was a break or something, right? So if somebody has to switch his discs or anything, let us know. We can maybe pause. I'm sure if people want to have a break. I think most people here know the films in and out anyway. And then in Rivendell, there's the next extended scenes. Okay. I mean, you can definitely argue about the beard length of the dwarves. Usually dwarves have very long beards, as Tolkien describes them. Even from their youngest, when they are born, they're pretty much born with a beard. Males and females alike, as Tolkien describes it. Not really in Rivendell. Is that so? We're now on the way to Rivendell. We're now going through this narrow... What do you call it? Ravine? I've been in slot canyons like this in Utah. Okay, that sounds cool. I think here's a break in the... There should be the disc switch. Well, how you get to Rivendell, mysterious here, but whatever. That is why you leave the talking to me. Is Elrond an elf? No, he is an elf friend. Yeah, that's a bit strange in the book. Like the problem with Elrond when he borrowed him originally, um, Elrond was the first king of Numenor, and he decided to be counted towards men. He was not an elf originally, but then he was half elven, of course. That was always the case. Elrond was always half elven, but he decided to be the first king of Numenor. And for this to work, later on, with him now being in Rivendell and an elf, so yeah, he was an half elf, and then his brother was invented to be the king of Numenor, and Elrond could be Elrond, the Lord of Rivendell. Tolkien changed him a little bit. Originally, he was kind of an advisor or something of Amros, when Amros was also a different character, like in the early 20s writing. So Elrond is a very old character. Older than the Hobbit and older than Lord of the Rings. Which is different for Galadriel. Galadriel was invented for Lord of the Rings as an example. Another scene from Lord of the Rings, when the trio was circled by Eomer's wolf. That's actually true, yeah. And you think it was kind of Elrond not to ask. Was when you think of it, it was kind of Elrond to not ask for the swords back. It belonged to his people. Yeah, not only to his people. His great grandfather's sword is Glamdring. Some theories are that Orcrist could be the sword of, for example, Exelion or something. Yeah, they kind of to storytelling wise, they already established that Keely kind of likes elves. Yeah, he says it. It's also said in the Gandalf lying to Elrond. I mean, the swords could be recognized by Elrond, even though he was kind of a child. But his father was kind of a child when Gondolin was attacked, but he for sure knew the story of his house. Yeah. And there's a special table just for reading moon letters. That might be true, but it was not like that he hated Magor. So yeah, I had to look it up. Time Lord guy. So there is a revision of from 1960 roundabout of The Hobbit by Tolkien, which I think is not published. It's not in the published version of it. And that basically says these look like good blades too, said the wizard, half drawing the sword and examining them closely, as we see in the film as well. They were not made by any troll, nor by any smith among men of these days, but there's black blood on them, goblin blood. When they are cleaned and the runes on them can be read, we shall know more about them. That's the explanation Tolkien later thought about for why Gandalf couldn't read, if there were runes on them, why Gandalf couldn't read them and identify the sword. So when they were in Rivendell, they were cleaned properly, and then Elrond could identify them. That elf Lindir is Brett McKinsey from Flight of the Conchords. Nice. You know, as strong as a warrior, as wise as a wizard, as venerable as a king of dwarves, as kind as summer. Yeah. As kind as Christmas was Tolkien's wording in the very old, in the very early manuscripts of The Hobbit. He wrote, where he changed it to summer. I think even in the release version 1937, it's also still kind of summer. It was changed. It was only in the manuscript that were in parts reworked. Is Saruman already compromised at this time? In a way, yes, because at this time he's actively searching for the One Ring to find. He's not allied with Sauron yet. That comes a bit later. This scene now is extended, so we see Bilbo exploring Rivendell a little bit, and I think he also talks to Elrond in a moment. That was Weathertop, yes. And something Elrond would say later. Let me know when Gandalf and Saruman are talking at the table, if you can please. Yeah. It's also kind of a nice scene that Elrond kind of invites him to stay here if he wishes. Almost strain. The naked bath scene of the dwarves. Well, usually when you bath, well, whatever. It could be some. You could. Yeah, you might be onto something. Might be a reference to that. I mean, when you you have to go bath, and when you bath, you're naked. Not sure why they show it, but it's an extended scene. It's not in this cinema cuts or whatever. The bullying of Bombo is so cringe, yeah, definitely. It was always a bit of a thing. Wasn't there also... I'm not sure what the explanation was. And we see Gandalf discussing with Elrond. We're coming close to the scene, I think. So now we come to the entering... Now Saruman appears, and Galadriel appears first. I want to say Fredegar Bolger is also called Fatty, which is also maybe a bit strange. He didn't. Now Saruman appears for the first time. No, I should... now I'm sitting at the table, so I should remember somebody... Was it Joe? I'm back in sync now. Okay, awesome. But yeah, at this point here, like, this is a lot of time compression here. Because in the council in the year 2941, Saruman agrees to attack Dol Guldur. And in all the councils before, like here, Saruman talks against this, because Saruman is actively searching for the One Ring close the Gladden Fields, close along the Anduin. He even finds the chain of the ring, and he finds potentially the mortal remains and the Elendilmir of Isildur in the river, but he does not find the One Ring because it's already gone for long. And the council, interestingly, Saruman can convince the council. Elendilmir is the jewel, the king, Elendil, for example, or then later Isildur, so the kings of Arnor, they did not have a crown. I think that was a Gondor thing, but the kings of Arnor had this Elendilmir, but it was lost with Isildur's death. They wear it on their brow. Is this how you say it? Yeah, that's also something like Saruman tries always to talk everything down. He says the ring was washed into the ocean, it's gone. I have studied the law texts, don't worry. The necromancer, I don't know, maybe an Nazgul or something. It's unbefitting when one of these study. So at one of the councils, like Gandalf goes to Dol Guldur, and he cannot identify the necromancer. And then later, Gandalf goes to Dol Guldur again and can identify him. And even then, Saruman can convince the council to not take action yet. And when Gandalf first goes to Dol Guldur, the necromancer flees and has to hide for some time, for 400 years roundabout. And this time is called the Watchful Peace. And then he comes back, and then the Watchful Peace ends. And there's another council. Gandalf goes to Dol Guldur again, identifies him, goes to the council, tries to convince him, but Saruman says no. And only the next council, when Gandalf tries again, which is during the time of the Hobbit, he managed to convince the council to attack Dol Guldur. This is kind of this is now time compressed heavily here. Does Saruman know Gandalf is wearing an elven ring at this moment? Yes. He is. That's one of the reasons Saruman is so strange in many ways. He is, what do you call it? Envious? Neidisch? That Gandalf got the ring and not Saruman as the leader from Círdan. Kind of interesting that it's kind of interesting what the relationship between Círdan and Saruman must have been, because Círdan in the books is also part of this council. He's not really mentioned in any things. We have only a bit of Saruman and Gandalf mentioned here. Also, Galadriel suggested Gandalf as leader of the White Council, not Saruman, which also kind of strains the relationship between Saruman and Gandalf a bit further. Gandalf, though, refuses to take the role as leader of the White Council. And that is why the second choice, basically, Saruman is. And now they're leaving Rivendell. There were some extended scenes here in Rivendell that are not in the theatrical cut, which is pretty cool, I think. I'm saying complaint to Peter Jackson saying why he had to make Tolkien a jerk. Thorin a jerk. I think it's okay, I think. You need a bit of tension in the group. And like I said, Tolkien even right that Thorin thought it's a joke that Gandalf is mocking him with the invitation of Bilbo to the company. You also I also like him. He's a bit grumpy at times. And Thorin at this point is almost 200 years old. 200 dwarves get like 250 roundabout. Of the royal line, that is. You're bound to get grumpy at this age for sure. Especially Thorin has had a tough life. Like, he was kicked out of his home when he was, I don't know, 18, 20, something like this, by a dragon. He had to fight terrible wars. Take a lot of responsibility in a way. I wouldn't say early on. His father was lost. His grandfather was slain by the orcs. His kingdom stolen. He had to establish new halls there. He did not get the ring from his father. It was stolen by Sauron, which he potentially didn't really know, but could have assumed it, whatever. And now he has to go on this mission, and then he's mocked by Gandalf, as from his perspective, with this weird burglar hobbit that should accompany them and think, okay, we have a more valuable person coming with us. And he only agreed because Gandalf said it's a friend of devotion for this hobbit, and he understood this. Because this is a thing the dwarves honor. When Gandalf recovered the ring, Gandalf noticed or understood that the necromancer must be Sauron. I think that was this time. And he knows that he had not the ring. Thrain, as it's pronounced in Old Norse, did not know who he was at this time. Like, he was not treated well, you could say, and to a point in the dungeon, like, you don't want to be in the dungeons of Sauron or in this imprisonment and tormented by Sauron. Like I said, at the end, he didn't even know who he was anymore. But he only had this map and this key, and he gave it to Gandalf, said for his son. He didn't tell who the son was. Gandalf had to figure that out and figure out who this dwarf might be. We have the mention of stone giants, which are also mentioned in the book. It's more like a metaphorical thing, but here they made it kind of a set piece, which I find is pretty cool, to be honest. Like, it fits a more mythological fairy tale character of the Hobbit quite well. Yeah, 90 years before The Hobbit, Gandalf urged an attack on Dol Guldur. It was 2851. At this time, some of the dwarves in the company weren't even born yet. But yeah, in the Peter Jackson adaptation, I think it's pretty cool that they added this side story of the White Council to The Hobbit. I think that makes a lot of sense, in my opinion. And to get the chronology right for this, but yeah. only when Gandalf found out that the dwarf he got the map and the key from is actually Thróin, he could conclude that Sauron got the ring from Thróin, because nobody ever tells, like, the dwarf kings don't talk about these rings, they keep them secret. And potentially only like parts of the royal family might even know that a ring exists or something like that. That's really a secret thing. Yeah, Thróin didn't know what was going on exactly, so in the books at least. In the film, we also, in the extended edition, we meet Thróin actually. That's a scene with him, which is pretty cool. But there he has both eyes again. And the Hobbit film has like this weird continuity, you know what I mean, continuity error, that at the point in Erebor when Thróin should have both eyes, he is missing an eye, and later in the scenes when he should have lost his eye, he has both eyes again. It's kind of strange. There's not really much orc language or black speech language mentioned, so they had to kind of encompass how the language might sound. I think they did a really good job with this. There's like a language expert working on these films and other stuff to kind of create these lines here, which I think is pretty cool. A dialogue with Bofur is really nice scene. That's such a cool scene. With it's of course a bit different than books, but there Fili and Kili should check the cave, and they said, "Yeah, we checked the cave, everything is all right," but they didn't really check it enough or well enough, and then they were surprised. Here it's also again a bit different how this works, but you're in Gundabad. You're in the second film already. We're now in they just fell down, and now the orcs attacking them from Goblin Town. So for people who had to sync up with the other version. The question is how Gandalf find out that the other 3 rings were destroyed. 4 rings of the dwarves. Sauron got 3. 4 were destroyed by Dragonfire, I think. If I don't mix up the numbers. I like that. Bilbo's kind of good at this, I think. I also think I like how a Goblin Town looks. Look at this orc here, looks definitely a bit different. Oh, Bilbo holds on to this little rope. Must have hurt his hands. Or burned them a bit. So now Bilbo just fell down. Now we come to the singing. Which is pretty, also pretty cool. They include a lot of songs in the Peter Jackson adaptation here. Is it assumed the orcs bred the trolls in the mountain? I don't know. I think there are some leftover trolls or their descendants from the First Age. And some fled to the mountains, to the Evenmoors and the Troll Shores, as they are called. Their name must come from somewhere. Why would you call them Troll Shores otherwise? They're singing. Now the singing ended, and the troll, the goblin, the great goblin, the goblin king, as it's called here, is talking to the dwarves. No, not the hearing horn thing. Made in Rivendell. I like that one, to be honest. Still like a candle holder thing. Oh, it says made in Rivendell. Flatten my trumpet. The scribe is meant to be the Great Goblin's son. Interesting. In the books, Azog is dead. Like, it's his son, Bolg. Here. So Azog wasn't dead. No, in the films he's not dead, but in the books he's 100% dead. Interestingly, because Bolg is the son of Azog, this implies that orcs can, in some cases, can get old, because that was quite some time ago when Azog was around, and obviously, for obvious reason, if Bolg is the son of Azog, he has to be alive already at this point. Who knows how old he was? Hard to tell. There we have him. Gollum appears for the first time and looks at his goblin food. Now it happens. Gollum loses it. One ring. He also lands in some mushrooms. Not sure if there's any mention of those here. Maybe. But later we have a shortcut to mushrooms. He's called the Scribe. It's also a cool scene how when the orc dies, the lights go out for Sting. It wasn't property of all Elvish blades. Pretty cool, I think. That's such a cool scene here. God, the Elvish blade was not an elf. Interestingly, in the book, Bilbo does not say that he's from the Shire. He only introduced himself, I think, as Bilbo Baggins. We for sure know how old he is, but I have to do the math for it. $511 roundabout at this point. And now the game of riddles start. In the book, it's a good question. Hey, Hexe King, nice to see you. Oh, Christoph. I'm not. My name is not Christoph. Yeah, Christian. I think in the original version, I always get this confused. The riddle game is not about the way outside. The player... How was it in the original version of the Hobbit chat? It could be that Gollum might have forgotten what a Hobbit is, to be honest. Facial expressions are really good for a computer animated little figure. He has forgotten his own name, that's true. So let me think for a moment about it. I think in the original game it's about the ring. The ring is a gift for winning the original first version of the Hobbit the ring, which is not the One Ring yet, of course, because this idea didn't exist yet. I think it's about the magic ring. And then Gollum can't find the ring. And then Bilbo says, well, you can also just show me the way outside. I think this is different in the second edition. And Bilbo tells the story the other way to people because he doesn't want to look like a thief. Kind of interesting that he becomes the burglar, the thief in the group. Like he's taken with the group as for being kind of the burglar. Which he is not. But now with taking the ring, he becomes the burglar, kind of. He becomes a thief. And yeah, Tolkien changed the edition with the creation of the ring because Gollum would have not offered the one ring as a reward for winning the riddles game if it had such a strong hold on his mind. And in the book, yeah, but Tolkien had to change as a result the story for this to fit. Yeah, for sure. Gollum is in the original version just some strange creature in the mountain. Maybe inspired by some mythology as well. Fafnir? You mean? Oh, actually it's Fafnir. Now seeing that it's a long A. Now I also remember the name of Oakenshield in Old Norse again. It's Eikenskjaldi. In German it's still Eiche. Oak in English. Eikenskjaldi. Oakenshield. In the original version, Gollum doesn't also... I'm not even sure if Gollum figures it out in the original version, to be honest. Only in the second edition he figures this out on the way. And the it's kind of an interesting way to say it, right? The ring abandons Gollum here. Not bad, Mr. Gandalf. Not bad. Oh, no. I think it's complicated, Time Lord. With Gundabad. Because Gundabad is mentioned in Hobbit as well. They marched and gathered by hill and valley, going ever by tunnel or under dark, until around and beneath the great mountain Gundabad of the north, where was their capital, a vast host was assembled, ready to sweep down in the time of storm unawares upon the south. So this kind of implicates that Gundabad, or the town below it, was a different town than Goblin Town. There might be, I'm not sure, we would have to look into the history of the Hobbit for further details. I'm not 100% sure on the Gundabad thing. But Gundabad is a mountain in the books. It's not a city. But there's a city below it by the orcs. And later, it's a sacred mountain for the dwarves. But it's further north than they are here. He loses his buttons, which later is a bit... and then becomes invisible. You can still slightly see the shadow and stuff, and in the sunlight you see not the shadow of the person. In the sunlight you can still see glimpses, kind of, when wearing the One Ring. I'm not sure how the button stuff was in the book. I forgot. I just remember it also happens, and when he meets Bjorn, I think he's kind of aware that his buttons are missing, and he feels uncomfortable due to this. Something like that. I remember being mentioned. Maybe I mix it up though. There's the Wilhelm scream here when the orc flies down the bridge. I love buttons. Welcome, Dino. You can write in German in the German chat. You can also write in English. Yeah, I remember this as well. In the book, he squeezes through the door at the exit, right? So it's also around this time here, but it's a bit different. There's like a door that's guarded by the orcs, and he's kind of stuck in the door in the book. And then he escapes from this place and reunites with his friends later. I think there's just a different. I mean, in Mordor there are also Urukai, which can move a day. It's a bit hard to tell, to be fair, what the difference is between these goblins and those later Lord of the Rings are. In the Hobbit book, they're all called goblins, and the word orc is used once. And in the Lord of the Rings, it kind of changes. Their goblin is a rare term used by Tolkien, and he mostly calls them orcs, but uses the terms kind of synonymously. I would never do such a silly thing as like writing in German. You'd say that Bilbo isn't the burglar on this time in the story? I would say, I think when I just said it, when Bilbo finds the One Ring, he becomes a burglar. He really is a thief then. Bilbo tells the story differently, but let's say from the second edition's perspective. Like when the Goblin King falls on them. It's kind of a funny scene. The scene is completely over the top, I think. But still, I think the scene in Goblin Town is kind of funny, nice. You can live with that. You always have to consider that The Hobbit is a different story than Lord of the Rings. Originally, they were not even connected. Tolkien had to kind of rewrite The Hobbit in parts to make it more compatible. And Tolkien even started later writing other stuff into The Hobbit, but never completed this project. Like, there was another revision for it and made it even more compatible. In the book, Gandalf pretty brutally literally cuts Goblin's head off, yeah. I always like a good, well, it could have been worse scene in a movie. Yeah, that's true, I think. Overall, I really like the first Hobbit film, though. It works for me. It has its problems here and there. The first 45 plus minutes are really good. And then it falls a bit apart here and there. A lot of stuff. But overall, I think it works quite well for me as a movie. And it's one of the most important scenes. Like here, Bilbo is also added in the second edition that Bilbo can cut or kill. Not cut, can kill Gollum here when he's invisible with Sting. But he has pity with him. Very important scene. It was pity that stayed his hand, pity and mercy, not to strike without need. And he has been well rewarded, Frodo. Be sure that he took so little hurt from the evil and escaped in the end because he began his ownership of the ring so with pity. It's kind of an interesting move. Like, Gollum is a tragic figure. He did not start his ownership of the ring with pity. And now Gollum has a choice, in a way. I think that's kind of important. Gollum has now the choice to repent, in a way. He found the ring, he was poisoned. Even though it's almost impossible choice for Gollum, to be fair. Because he had the ring for 511 years. been involved in it. Yeah, Bilbo exaggerated the story for sure. You definitely have with The Hobbit like the idea of an unreliable narrator. But originally it was a children's story with some names borrowed from the Silmarillion and so on, without the bigger idea of the Lord of the Rings in mind, which connected everything, but that came just later. Of course he's back, he's a Baggins. Out of the frying pan. The kick in the face of Gollum was a better... Well, maybe, yeah. But now it doesn't end. Now we still have the burning tree scene there at the end. And the Carrock. Yeah, here it is. Out of the frying pan into the fire. Yeah, there's definitely a way that Bilbo exaggerated some of the details, but you have to consider, like, you can always theorize about the reason why this is all exaggerated is because Lord of the Rings did not exist at this time. The idea of the One Ring and many other, the tonality of it wasn't there yet. It was a children's story that Tolkien wrote with his children in mind. It was deeply rooted in fairy tale and mythology in many ways, which also exaggerated things and certain ideas. It was not meant to be a consistent, well thought out world yet, where everything is connected and Tolkien had like an explanation for everything somewhere in the book or in the background of it, like we are used from Lord of the Rings. It's just it's a meta, or it's a reason beyond the narration of it. It's the reason is development of the writings of Tolkien at this point. Like, it's more a chronological thing, almost. Like, Tolkien wanted to, at some point, it's series at least there, that Tolkien wanted to include this here to the Silmarillion. Like, this story played at the time of the Silmarillion, maybe. And he said, well, the Silmarillion isn't there yet, so I just borrow some names I already created and maybe some ideas from the Silmarillion and put it into this little story here and see what happens. He published it, it was kind of a little success, and then he was asked to write a sequel to it. And there he was much further already in the development of the Silmarillion at this time. And then in parallel worked further on the Silmarillion and then decided to connect his new story, The Lord of the Rings, to the Silmarillion, and afterwards connect The Hobbit to all of this as well again. But originally it was separated. Originally this is not the Middle-earth world we know. That's why there are so many inconsistencies in The Hobbit. And of course you can make up the explanation that because Bilbo is a storyteller who exaggerates details or changes some details here and there. If I had written the script, I would have said that it's Azog's son chasing them, pretending to be his father. Yes, could have also worked, maybe, yeah. But then you have to kind of explain this decision, why Bolg would do this. I don't know fully why Bolg can't be the person chasing. I mean, the reason is the personal vendetta or this tension between these two characters of Thorin and Azog. Like you have this constant feeling like they still have what do you say? In German said noch eine Rechnung offen haben. Open business, yeah. They still have open business or something like that. The revenge for his grandfather's death and so on. There's some unfinished business still between them. Azog lost his hand to him, and he also hates the dwarves. He lost the battle. In the end, had to flee. And Azog also, in the description of the books, comes over as kind of an arrogant character. Like, there's a scene where in the book, in the appendix, where we can read basically that Azog, when he killed the father of Dóin Ironfoot, he looks and says, yeah, he starts mocking the dwarves, and then he notices in horror that the dwarves are winning, and then he has to, and then he wants to potentially escape, and then Dóin stops him and says, I have also some unfinished business, my friend, and a very young Dóin Ironfoot kills him, and Dóin Ironfoot is an absolute machine. Like, he's not messing around, and he just kills Azog there. Not the music. It's a bit strange that they use the Nazgul theme here. It's a very iconic sound. I would have wished they do go for something different here. I agree on that. I think it's fitting. It's epic music. It kind of works scene-wise, composition-wise. Yeah, a new theme would have been awesome. Yeah, I agree on that. Would you agree the elf romance is the worst thing about the films? Yeah, maybe. I don't like it, but I don't think it's the worst. I think the worst is that they changed so many things and gave characters too much screen time that are not part of the Hobbit story. Like, I don't mind. I don't think it's a good idea to add the romance as well, to be honest. But if it would just be like a short implication or anything, you could say it's stupid and just move on. But this way, they kind of spend too much time with all of this. The moth as well. That is okay with the moth, I think. But yeah, I think that's the worst part. They added too much stupid stuff that doesn't really belong into it. Even though I like the actor and I think he does a good job, even though it's a bit what do you call it? Unthankful, ungrateful. I'm not sure. The actor of Alfred, for example, I don't like the character, the addition, but it's not the fault of the actor. It's just the writing. I don't know. He did his job as good as he could with his character, but it was too much on the ridiculousness side, I think. It was too over the top, even for The Hobbit, which is more over the top, but it was just a bit too much, I think. I have to admit, though, and that's something you definitely have to give The Hobbit. With all the nonsense they added to the Hobbit films, I think that they still, like, Peter Jackson is really good at creating these outstanding moments. Like, I think overall, for example, this fight here is also a bit exaggerated and so on. I think it works really well. There are some scenes that work really well. These moments, I think also the second and the third film both have their very strong moments here and there. It's unfortunately just, if you reduce all the nonsense they added to it, it suddenly becomes pretty decent, I think. There's like this cut where you only have all the nonsense cut out, everything cut down to 4 hours or something, the 3 films, and then suddenly it works much better. I always suppress that memory about Alfred, yeah. It's, I think, a better thing. The character is bigger than I imagined it here. Yeah, for sure, but I think that's okay. It's also a cool moment here. The scene at the end when Bilbo has his little speech after they escape the Misty Mountains. It's a strong moment, you know? Peter Jackson can create those. In the third film, when Dwalin talks to Thorin at the end, and Dwalin is definitely the most devoted and loyal companion, maybe besides Balin, that Thorin has. That he, and then in the third film, comes to Thorin and talks to him. I think it's also a very powerful moment there. But like I said, the third film is just strange. Originally I liked the second film even less than the third one, I have to admit, but after seeing it so many times now with all the watch parties over the years, I definitely noticed that just film-wise, the third one is definitely weaker than the second film. There might be stuff in the second film I really dislike. Maybe dislike more than in the third film, except for the Alfred nonsense. Even though it's very exaggerated and maybe very colorful, I really like the lighting here with these. With a red horizon and so on. It's really nice. And the very blue sky, the exaggerated blue sky, you should say. Maybe it's not exaggerated. Maybe in New Zealand the sky is that blue, but it always feels a bit exaggerated here in the color grading. I like it. I think it's really beautiful, especially if Gandalf has this red sunlight in the background when he heals Thorin and looks over him. It's a really cool scene, I think. Yeah, the eagles lived in the Misty Mountains. They put that one in the extended scenes. Which one? Someone told me they gave Elrond sad story of his wife to Thranduil. No, I don't. That is not in the. Trudges actually correct snails like that. I don't remember that story of Elrond's wife. Does he appear again in the other versions? Friend told me that. Oh, okay. It was planned to be added or something? I'm not sure. I don't remember it now. Then we get a glimpse of the dragon, of course. And that's the end. Got to the credits. 2 hours 52 something. Pretty nice. It was The Hobbit, An Unexpected Journey in the Extended Edition. Yeah, I think in the book, the Carrock also seemed smaller, to be fair. I agree. Do we get an explanation what happens to Thranduil's wife in the films? Yeah, at the end or something, there is a mention of it, but not really. At the end of the third film, there is like a mention of Thranduil's wife when he talks to Legolas. In the book-wise, there is no explanation. Because Legolas was invented for The Lord of the Rings. He did not exist as character when The Hobbit was written. It's also one of the reasons, like originally in the Fellowship of the Ring, Glorfindel should accompany them, but he was too powerful. So Tolkien thought about creating a new character for it, which then became Legolas. And that is he became the son of Thranduil, of the Elven King from The Hobbit. There's a mention of a prince, or a hint at the prince, I think, of in The Hobbit, which I'm not even sure if this mention was in the original as well, but maybe. but he's not named. There's no name for him. Tolkien placed him there, and then Tolkien had Legolas in the Fellowship. The problem is always all elves have their ancestry and so forth. It's kind of strange that for Legolas the mother is not known, because he was invented relatively late. Kind of explanation of why it's called Carrack. Some of his funniest dialogue. I'm talking too much over the films to kind of get a little reference like this by now. But yeah, that was our little watch party chat. I hope it was kind of interesting for you people. Try to give you my best to give you some insights I have and so on. To be fair, The Hobbit is, when it comes to a lot of details and half sentences and little information dropped in it, less present in my mind than The Lord of the Rings and stuff, because I read it not so often. Sometimes I do some research and then there's some chapters I know quite well, but others I haven't read in ages, it feels. So sometimes my memory gets a bit blurry here and there. I've not been on to one of this channel's watch parties, so it was nice. Nice to hear, chat. So yeah, next week we watch then the second Hobbit film, which adds a lot of stuff. I would call it nuts, even though it has its scenes, and I like some stuff. And I like, for example, how the feeling of Lake Town I like quite a bit. It's not a place where I would want to live, but it's kind of cool in my opinion. I definitely like that. We watched the Gollum fan film as a watch party as well. That was also pretty nice. We might include... We watched the original version. We still have the Gollum fan film Redux edition, which we might watch before we watch The Fellowship. So if I can organize it, maybe watch it. It's not that long. We watch it maybe before The Fellowship. Right before, And we start with a film, like it goes half an hour or something. Like... You would not want to farm fish for years for an evil king. I mean, for an evil mayor. Yeah, in The Hobbit, we can maybe see if I find the section. I'm searching for Hobbit. I think it's Prince. Princess. Yeah. With that, he put on Bilbo a small coat of mail wrought for some young elf prince long ago, it is said. It was of silver steel, which the elves call mithril, and with it went a belt of pearls and crystals. I bought the 2026 Tolkien calendar today, art by Alan Lee. Oh, that's nice. Looking forward to opening it. I can imagine that. But yeah, that's also a little detail for next time. We haven't gotten to the mail yet. That's in the third film, so we have some time. I'm glad this time it did not have the setup somewhat worked. Sometimes I have trouble getting it to run. I don't know why. But yeah, it was really fun. I'm not sure if I talked too much or too little. Let me know in the comments. Also, the like button is also appreciated. And so on. Further, of course, shout outs to all the supporters. And a big thank you, of course, to you also for supporting this channel. Always much, much appreciated. Yeah, definitely. You just talk the right amount. Okay, awesome. Like, it's always difficult. I mean, of course, it makes no sense having a watch party and not talking at all. But I think most people watching here have seen the film a few times already in some shape or form. So I think the talking is okay. And if you want to see the film, you can also mute myself. That should also be possible. Really looking forward to Fellowship and the Lord of the Rings films, because they definitely are far better than the Hobbit films, I have to say. You are most appreciated, both here and in Middle-earth. Much appreciated. We can still talk a little bit about the film, so we don't have to wrap it up immediately. But yeah, I thought for those folks maybe watching as a VOD or so, it might be interesting to know what's going on now. I always hint at this stuff. Maybe I run through some ads or so. Well, don't want to annoy you people, right? The only thing I wanted to check, because I talked over the scene, we talked about the blue wizards for a moment. I really like the diss of Bilbo to Gandalf, and says, is he a powerful wizard or is he more like you? Sick burn, Mr. Baggins. What's your favorite scene in this film? In the first Hobbit film? I think he would remember the blue wizards. Yeah, that would be information I can't. He's an Easterdy. He knows that there are other Easterdy. He knows he's on a mission, what he can do. He's potentially not thinking constantly of them. Mine is the arrival of the dwarves and Bilbo running around trying to stop them from using his dollies and napkins and so on. I mean, I really like the ending scene when Thorin says, I was never so wrong in my life. I like also the scene when he has his little speech to the dwarves and says, I want to help you to get your home back. Because I like my home, I want to go there every minute we are here, so I know you also want your home back, I help you. That's a pretty cool scene, I think. I also like the beginning, as you said, like I like the scene when Balin and Dwalin meet and so on. That's some pretty good scenes. Really hard to tell to pick one. Yeah, the Rivendell dinners also. It's kind of that the elves are raw vegan. I mean, I wouldn't even say I'm not sure if the Noldor elves were vegan though. You could argue that even the others were not vegan. Or like it's not like they only ate vegetables. Because we definitely know that the elves had hunters. Not all of them, but they also had hunters and went with Oromir, the lord of hunting in Aman and so on. I also like the scene when he discusses with the dwarves and says, I need some time with the only, I don't know, sane person here or whatever he says. And then Bilbo asks him, who is that? And I said, myself. And then he walks off. That's also a cool scene. Yeah, in the movie said it looks like they only eat. Where's the scene with the here's the scene. It's after the no, he says, then there are the two blue wizards. Kind of interesting. Oh, and look to the new Tolkien calendar. It's great. 100% Silmarillion art by Alan Lee. Oh, that's very nice. Did the roast meat themselves and save the leaves for the dwarves? Yeah, maybe. I mean, also the Noldor elves were kind of special. Like they built things. They also cut wood, and they even they need metal and so on. So they also had potential miners and so on. So the elves definitely did some stuff that seems not that elvish, but the Noldor were in this regard special. Like the wood elves and so on, they might be a bit more closer to nature in direct comparison. Inandor. Just saw the scene again. Is he a great wizard or is he more like you? It's hard to imagine an elf miner. It is. I mean, you could argue they got their stuff from the dwarves, but it would not always be that easy and possible for them, especially if they are descendants and all elves needed metal. And if I remember correctly, Maeglin, when he was caught by Morgoth's people, he was also out and looking for minerals or something, so he was kind of mining, I guess, or was on the way mining. Even though he was not a minor, though, but like he was the nephew of the king, so he was definitely not a minor, but I think he was out looking for minerals or something like that. So this indicates that elves did stuff like that. Though to be fair, the version how Myglin I think is captured and the whole Gondolin plot also went through some iterations, to be fair, but yeah. There was another scene I wanted to look into. I forgot which one it was. There was a scene with with Frodo at the beginning. That's when Frodo leaves around the corner. Okay, the scene at the beginning is Frodo says to Bilbo there at the beginning, "I'm going to the East Farthing Woods. I want to surprise him," and that is then the basically cut from here, because we are in the, let's call it, time shortly before the birthday party of Bilbo, and he goes there and surprises Gandalf. We see him in the beginning of Fellowship sitting there at a tree reading his book, and so on. So yeah, that kind of connects pretty beautifully there, I think. Yeah, that's also surprising that they cut out stuff like that. I mean, they had the Green Inn and everything built up. Not sure why they didn't put it into the film. I do like how that scene meshes into the Lord of the Rings movie. Yeah. Definitely. But I definitely think also that the stuff will be more popular. When we get to the Lord of the Rings films. Like, I know that a lot of people don't like the Hobbit films at all. Like, some people just refuse to watch them, which I can understand. To be fair, the first I think is okay. Like, the first one is definitely, my opinion, the closest to the books, and I think for the most part pretty enjoyable. It has some stupid parts in it that you could also dislike for sure, but I think overall it's pretty decent film actually. Adaptation wise, we have seen worse, to tell you the truth. Shrinking game for the third one. Yeah, I don't know. The third one will be definitely tough, I think. Though, to be fair, like I said, even the third one has its moments that are really strong. The problem is all the nonsense between those moments. We have an Aragorn world in New Zealand when the film comes out. I'm very curious how the next film... It's a bit unfortunate. I hoped it would come out next year. in December, but it comes out, I think, the year after that, right? Or am I mistaken? Wasn't it supposed to come out this year in 2027, and it comes definitely in December, so to Christmas. Oh man, it's so long. It's still so far away. Hunt for Gollum and is scheduled for release 2027. It is ages, chat. Theo Weaving has not helped not wanting to be in search for in Hunt for Gollum. I don't know. The question is how important Elrond is for Hunt for Gollum. Depends a bit what they include in it, to be fair. It could be quite important, actually. Yeah, that's for sure. They can grow. Like, I still have even though there's a lot of stupid stuff in them, I still feel like they try, you know? They add little cool details, they try to explain stuff. I think the extended edition also makes some stuff more plausible than it is in the theatrical cut, to be fair. But it's the same with Lord of the Rings, to be like that. It's the same. I'm currently reading a bit into it. Also, the question is Hugo Weaving maybe now a bit too old? Not sure. I like the actor. I like quite a bit. I also like his portrayal as Elrond. Would be great to see him again, to be fair. It seems Rings of Power Season 3 is also pushed to 2027. Is it? These are rumors, nothing confirmed. Okay. I mean, a 3-year break. Is it 3 years? No. Yes. If it is 2027, it's a 3-year break, right? It was last year, 2024. It would be strange that one season to another is a 3-year break. That's a lot of time. But yeah, it seems to be there's stuff done. I don't know. I'm still quite a bit worried about the next season of Rings of Power. I'm not sure where they go with so much stuff in it and so on. Always like a very difficult show to rate and to kind of understand what's going on. On one thing, like if it's good, then we at least get maybe a bit momentum back into the franchise. I think from this perspective, having like a successful adaptation for Lord of the Rings and for the Lord of the Rings universe would be pretty awesome. Like, be it a video game, I think, isn't also the Lord of the Rings MMORPG cancelled? Like, currently the news surrounding Lord of the Rings were not that great. I think War of the Rohirrim was okay. It was not a catastrophe, but it was also kind of special in many ways. And was not like it was completely reviving everything. But that's also a big task for such a small movie that tells you a little story from the appendices. I don't know. Let's hope that another big budget film like Hunt for Gollum potentially is good and has the drawing power. But like I said, it's still some years off. And interestingly, even if it's some years off, is it enough to bring new people in? Maybe. If it's really good, like it has to be. Like, fingers crossed that it's really good. But it would be great to see something. We have unfortunately also lost the studio who made the Shadow of Mordor and Shadow of War games. Yeah, there were some scenes like with Narsil on it and Elendil. There was some shorts, I think, on what is it called? Twitter/X or whatever they call it, or Instagram, I don't know. Somewhere on social media they released some short clips of some stuff here and there. I thought about covering it, but always I felt like it was too much nothing to really say much about it. And the other side is always kind of, for some people, just mentioning Rings of Power is already annoying. The problem is always with Rings of Power, I think, that the way they portray the stories of the Tolkien wrote so differently. For a lot of book fans, they... what do you call it? Let me just look it up. Don't know how to phrase it in English. Okay, the program here says they squandered a lot of trust, if that is the phrase for it, in the adaptation. Like, a lot of people, me included, when I see Lord of the Rings and see an adaptation, I want them to adapt Lord of the Rings, you know? I don't want them to adapt some other stuff. And when they change so many things and it doesn't feel really like Lord of the Rings, then you definitely lose that. People don't trust or don't expect when they watch the show again that things change, that things get better. Even though I have to admit, season 2 I liked a lot better than season 1, but there's still some way to go for them. Like, the start was promising, and then they kind of dived into the old patterns again, and which I don't fully like, to be fair. I'm still curious where they go with the show, but I don't know, chat. It's always, I think, difficult. I just wish they were telling the stories a bit more straightforward without changing so many things and making things weirdly connect. Like, just change stuff for the sake of changing it, not because they have a good idea in the background. That's how it feels currently. And then you wonder how things might play out in the end if they have to come to this outcome that is written in the books. That's a bit frustrating for me at times, especially, like, I also think that in some departments people criticize the wrong things, even though I'm not sure if it's fair to say that you criticize something wrong, but there's this whole political debate always in the background with, I don't know, diversity and nonsense like that. It's always annoying to discuss, in my opinion. I just think the overall vision is not coherent enough and not interesting enough, and that it would be better if they would stick more to what Tolkien actually wrote instead of making stuff up. Okay, Jack. Justice for Bobby. Yeah, I don't know. In my head, it's they did too much weird stuff and too much stuff I don't like. I don't know. It's with every good thing they do, they also have 10 bad things they do for me, and then it feels kind of frustrating and discouraging to rewatch the show. And they put too much stuff. Like they have so much in theory. They have a lot of time, and at the same time, not enough time. And you have this weird show that feels just too compressed. Is the next watch party next week? Yes, most likely. If nothing gets in the way, I should be next week. Maybe next Sunday again. I also would like to do a lore Q&A stream in between here and there, but you can, of course, imagine it gets a bit much then. I mean, if they had a weirdly stylized show, and it makes sense in this artistic vision, then I don't mind having Morgoth riding a pink unicorn, you know, but if they, it's just, I don't know, it's just frustrating. Just thinking about the Rings of Power show always kind of hurts. Like, the problem is always when people start criticizing or nonsense, in my opinion. Like, I don't know, it's not the actors' fault, in my opinion, for the show to fail. Like, they did generally a good job. They did what they were paid for. I think some performances were actually really good in the show by the actors. It's not their fault. It's just the fault. My main problem with the show is simply the script is terrible, and the overall vision of the show, where the story and how the plot shall develop, is terrible. That's a problem of it. And that's a really big problem. And the same people, even though they replaced people in the writing room here and forth, I think the main problem is the showrunners, to be fair. Because their overall vision of the show is just not in alignment with how I would personally envision a show that I would like. Yeah, for example, Tom Bombadil is a good example for it. What has Tom Bombadil ever to do in the East? Like, okay, and then, oh god, let's not talk about the show. Like, every time I think about it and I think, oh god, this part, I almost forgot that it existed, because my mind tries to be healthy. And then you remember me and think, oh god, that was also in this season. I heard that the writing was fixed for season 1 and 2 together, so season 3 is the first chance for an improvement in writing. I mean, I feel like season 2 also got better. The problem is, I'm not even sure if I'm able to write a second age show. First of all, I'm not a writer, you know. I know the lore very well. It's always like criticizing something is always easy, but being very constructive about it is difficult, I think. Because like, if I don't like something, I can tell you why I don't like something, but explaining how it should be better is really difficult, I think. I also don't want to say that it's completely easy. It's definitely a difficult task, but they chose the task. And my opinion, when it comes to Rings of Power, they wanted to make a third age show. They really wanted to make a third age show, but said, well, we have more freedom to do our stuff in the second age, so we make it the second age show. And I think that's stupid, to be honest. Like, they want to have, I don't know, Barrow Wights, and they want to have maybe later Nazgul, which are actually appearing in the second age, but they want that. They want to have Gandalf, they want to have Wizards, they want to have this and that. That's all third age stuff. Why make a second age show when you want that? I don't get it. They want to have Isildur. Okay, that's at the end of the Second Age, but what about the other Second Age stuff? I watched so many cool videos of people's suggestions how it should be. I don't know. I think the biggest mistake that Rings of Power made is that they tried something that is maybe impossible, and that is the mystery box of who is Sauron. I think that is their biggest mistake, because with this mystery box, they open the can of, like, for people, like, they open the can of that they can't have a really strong antagonist in the show, which Sauron would be. Sauron is the antagonist of all of this. He is a Second Age, the ultimate Second Age antagonist. He is doing so much work. He's damaging every folk of the free peoples of Middle-earth as good as he can. He's everywhere. And he has his ties everywhere and his connections everywhere. And he's this big, powerful, supernatural being in the background that has many servants that he recruits and so on and so forth, setting up his most powerful servants with the Nazgul at some point, and so on. And I think this whole, is he Sauron, is he not, where's Sauron, we're searching for him, we can't find him, oh no, Mordor is a south, I don't want to spoil too much here, but the whole Mordor thing, and it's terrible. Like, they had to invent another character, which you could say he kind of works, and I like the character, but I think it should have been just Sauron, just place him there. Don't make this stupid mistake of letting us guess who Sauron is, because Sauron comes in disguise and does stuff in the books. He can still come in disguise, but we as viewers know that it's Sauron, or make it. You could have maybe narrated it that he appears like in a very different look than the Sauron we know, and don't tell us. And the people who know the books know, and the people who don't know the books do not know. You could have maybe set it up like this. I think that would have worked better. I think the biggest problem is that there's no consistent thread in the background, and everything Sauron does seems like it's an accident, and that is not who Sauron is. Sauron is a puppet, is a puppeteer. He's a master of puppets. He has schemes, plans in the background, and goes through with them at all costs. He's even willing to bring the sacrifices himself if he have to. He gets stuff done for sure. And he's really evil. And the elves know he's really evil. And then they have also this Galadriel Halbrand thing going on. It just has nothing to do with what Tolkien has written. How about Second Age breakfast? Strong one. I like the scenes where Sauron was openly, to the audience, evil, like the manipulation of the smithing colleagues. Yeah, that were pretty cool scenes. I think that also worked quite well, the whole Celebrimbor Anatar story. Just like the Hobbit movies, I liked Ring of better on the rewatches. Expectations in check, I guess. Yeah, potentially, but I have seen them so many times because I covered it when they came out. And I really tried to give season 1 a chance, and I know I will never watch the first season in my life again. Never. Because I hate it so much by now. Like, the last episode definitely damaged something inside me, I have to admit. Like, it was And the most annoying part is like, especially if all these weird comments getting, your comment section gets flooded. I mentioned it a lot of times in other streams. I feel like that's unfair to the show. And then I'm forced into a position where I have to defend it, even though I don't like it. And that feels especially terrible. You know what I mean? Like, I don't mind fair criticism, but when the criticism crosses lines, then I definitely think I have to step in, if that makes sense, at least in my comment section. Yeah, they definitely tried also the nostalgia. I don't mind that they kind of are inspired in some scenes by the films and try to cash in some nostalgia from the fans. That's okay. Almost to be expected. If they don't overdo it, it's okay. And now the Pits of Angman is the Amazon show. I don't know. It's just weird. They have so much potential. The most annoying thing is, I think, that they had this massive amount of potential for the show. Like, they had the budget. I mean, okay, the first season, they had a lot of problems in regard of COVID, was still a thing. And this kind of... you see it in the production, that it's kind of paralyzed in many ways. You don't have... There's only a certain amount of actors that can be on the screen, especially if you want to tell something epic and big battles and stuff. But potentially it's COVID, having a COVID pandemic going on at the same time is, let's say, not ideal. And you see it gets better in the second season. It will be better, I think, in the third season then, but yeah, that didn't help their production plan for sure. That was definitely a huge challenge for them. And it's very unfortunate in this way that the creation of the show and COVID kind of aligned in a chronological matter. But beyond that, like, being the value of what you see and so on, not on the level that you would expect, is one thing. I think that the script and the writing and the direction where they're going, this whole keeping this mystery box idea or concept present for such a long time in the show is just killing the script. I think it's just not interesting. Like, Tolkien is not a writer who completely relies on this mystery box approach. Actually, he doesn't really do that, in my opinion. Like, you could say, like in The Hobbit, Gandalf has to go off and says, yeah, there is the council, I have to participate, and they talk about the necromancer briefly. And you know that in the background there's still stuff going on. It's not explained if you just look at The Hobbit, it's not explained in The Hobbit at all what Tolkien means with this. It's just a way to give the reader an idea there's more in the world than just a story I tell you. There's something happening in the background, something important. And Tolkien's really good at taking these loose ends that he once created and connect them. He did this really well in many ways. And this is where Tolkien shines. But it's not like Tolkien keeps it a mystery box and, you know, when Tolkien gives you like, yeah, there's this necromancer in the background, the payoff is worth it. And in the show, that's a big problem, is when they solve some little aspect of their mystery box. So far, the payoff was definitely not justifying the mystery box so far, I think. It's... like, who is the stranger? There was not a great payoff, to be honest. It was interesting maybe for a few episodes, but then at some point it became very obvious. And they still didn't reveal it. It took them like 2 seasons to reveal that, and they thought, oh, look at this, we have this awesome reveal. I think, you got to be kidding me. Feel they have their hands tied behind their back. I don't know. I really don't know, but I feel like it's not like that everybody hates the show, and there's some people who genuinely enjoy the show, which is completely fine, I think. I don't blame anybody who likes the show, but for me, even though I really try to give it a chance, and I really will try as good as I can, and it will be difficult to give the 3rd season a chance as well, but it will be difficult. Yeah, of course, I can't use much of the Silmarillion. That is, but to be fair, Time Lord guy, that is not our problem. For whatever reason, they decided to tell us a story of Numenor without access to the Akalabes, which is the actual story of Numenor. Like, how do you come up with this idea? We don't have the rights for that. Let's make a story about it. Like, I mean, that is their decision. No, it was not like I or we as fans. What is thing in English? My English today. Forced them to make the second age adaptation. They just should have made a third age adaptation. And if I remember correctly, when there was the pitches for this for a Lord of the Rings show, I think somebody pitched a third age show, and they should have taken that one, in my opinion. Or maybe tell the other guys, well, you pitched us a second age show, and we like what you're doing, but make a third age show with what you're doing. Yeah, they made it so difficult for themselves. Oh, we can't say this, I don't have access to that. We have to be careful here. I know that the Lord of the Rings has a lot of mentioning of all these details, and there are some stuff in the appendices, but it's really difficult to form like a cohesive narrative out of this. A lot of the good stuff of the Second Age is in the Unfinished Tales. Is in the Silmarillion. You have a lot of information about the Second Age stuff. Of course, the Lord of the Rings also has a lot of Second Age stuff, don't get me wrong, but they definitely made it difficult. A rod for their own back, as we say in England. Seems like it. Do you think they could make it so bad that you would actually stop watching altogether? I don't know. For me, it's difficult, I also have, like, let's call it in the widest sense, and you can criticize me for it, but I have a YouTube channel and I have, let's call it, a commercial interest in it. And currently, channel is, as you maybe heard, it's not doing that great here. So we're slowly moving maybe to a new channel and hope stuff runs better there. And it runs okay. Like, even the idea that the new channel is pulling comparable numbers to my current channel when it comes to new video releases. And the numbers are also not great, to be honest. But the difference is, on the other channel I have like 361 subscribers, on this channel I have 46,000. It should not even be close, to be honest. At least not on a more consistent way. By the way, I forgot to upload a video this week, but I maybe do it tomorrow or something. I figure something out what we upload on the new channel. But What's the link to the new channel? It's youtube.com/@tphlaw. I post it in chat in a moment. Let me just get here my... Let me just copy paste the link. So if you're interested, the problem is I can't monetize it. So everything I'm doing there, I'm currently doing, yeah, for free, but it's just re-uploads as a result. So if you haven't seen some of my older videos, I uploaded them someday. No problem. So we're slowly moving there. This channel is too cursed because it was not always monothematic. Like the stuff that's very successful on this channel is sometimes so weird. I don't know. The live streams for the time being will be on this channel. If I upload a completely new lore video, it will be also most likely be released on this channel. And I try in the meantime to build the other channel and to move there eventually at some point. Like in theory, I have enough material to re-upload there for some time, but I always do often slight editing changes here and there. I think about re-uploading, like some of the videos that are there, you won't find on this channel anymore. I put them to private. Yeah, Time Lord Guy, I wish you also a good night. Sleep well. Thank you for tuning in and staying so long and participating. Much appreciated. Have a good one. See you maybe next week or next Q&A stream or so. But yeah, it's definitely in a way difficult. So I just wish that the channel is doing well, you know, like it did in the past. I don't expect crazy numbers, but come on. I have 46,000 subscribers. Like, I'm uploading a 30-minute well-researched lore video on my channel. And two, actually. One is 55 minutes long, the other was 33 minutes long. I've struggled to get 1,000 views on the video on this channel. That's insanity, in my opinion. That's depressing. I know when I start a new channel, you know, if you have 5 subscribers on your channel and you upload a video, you get 100 views. You are so happy about 100 views. But if you do this for 10 years and have put so much work in, and you know that some videos of you got like 1 million views, or my most seen video has 3 million views or something. And I don't expect that every video of me has 3 million views. Don't get me wrong, but come on, like a couple of thousand views should be in there for me, right? It's a bit frustrating in this regard. It feels like YouTube is kind of hating my channel and my work, but yeah, I don't know. Always come to this topic here because it's, yeah, currently still not great, to be honest. Even though I definitely put in some work. But yeah, I try further. I think I did some game video stuff now the past weeks. That's why there's no new lore video on the channel here yet. I will work on the last part of Who's Elrond next week, I think. Slowly a little bit. Hey Marty, nice to see you. Would you consider doing? I mean, I still have a games channel that covers also. I mean, okay, I cover Elden Ring a lot, but I also cover Cyberpunk quite a bit. That's often like modding stuff and so on. But I don't know. Yeah, it's. I already have my not Lord of the Rings related stuff coverage on the other channel, on the games channel. which is doing okay currently. I would love to say it's doing super great, but it's just doing okayish for its size. So yeah, there's that. But yeah, it's always a bit strange how YouTube currently is very strange. I have not figured it out fully. Yeah, maybe. I'm not sure 100% sure yet, Jack, but yeah, we think about it in a moment. We can also remove the time code already here because we're done with watching. Did you see the Bach Marathon? No, I have not seen it. My problem is always when I do video stuff like this, I need like a passion for it, which I kind of have. For Lord of the Rings or for video games and so on. Yeah, who are those people? What do you mean with who are those people? You mean the other? I still stream on, also in parallel stream it on Twitch. So there are also some people in Twitch chat. Ah, okay, you mean Max Planck is a German physicist. And he's very important for, yeah, he's a scientist, physics, and he's very important for quantum physics. Like there's, for example, one of his, I mean, he's for other. There's a constant named after him that is very important. But there's also the Planck dimensions, as they are called. Got to laugh at a guy who has his own constant. Yeah, that's true. Or Planck units, as they are called. Or the Planck scale, or whatever. But there's, for example, the Planck length, the Planck mass, the Planck time, Planck temperature. And that is the Planck mass, length, and time and temperature is the theoretical lowest possible of this thing. So with this idea, he basically tried to quantize size, time, and so on. It's named after him. APAD, thank you, much appreciated. Problem is, I often you might think I know German mythology really well, but I don't. That's always difficult. And also, I already struggle with doing filling this channel here with content and the other stuff. I still have the feeling there are a lot of people out there who really like lore content, but they, for whatever reason, don't find my channel. That's I think the problem. But exactly, this age is a Planck constant, exactly. Gollum versus Rumpelstilzchen. That's a good idea. He proved that human mathematics could be simplified into portraying reality having a minimum length. Yeah, our Silmarillion is way better in wording this. Who would win a fight, Snow White or Arwen? That's a good title for a video, I think. But yeah, some great German scientists in the past, like Planck and, for example, Leibniz and all these other dudes. Yeah, see, I have to look up if he is German, actually. I'll be careful with claiming, oh, this is a German guy, and then he's not. No, he's Austrian. I wasn't sure if he was Austrian. He is Austrian. Ludwig Boltzmann. That's the Boltzmann constant named after him. Albert Einstein, Mr. Heisenberg, Johannes Kepler. And so on. Yeah, Mr. Wilhelm Röntgen and so on, also Mr. Humboldt. You'd watch a physics video for me. I don't know. I'm not good enough in physics to make videos about it. People far more qualified than for stuff. Yeah. Is he German? No, he's the dude who the Mach number or Mach number, as you potentially pronounce it in English. Ernst Waldfried Josef Wenzel Mach is his full name. He's Austrian physicist and philosopher. Mach, yeah, it's a good name. Because mach is the German word for the imperative for the for the verb to make. You there, make something. In German, mach etwas. I think I'm good at explaining stuff, but for being able to explain stuff, you need to understand it. Hank Green can do videos about knitting. But yeah, it's not easy currently. That's all I can say. It would be awesome if things were working better, but who knows? Maybe stuff works out at some point. I'm glad that you people are there and listening to my ramblings here, and we can watch The Hobbit together. It was a lot of fun watching the stuff. Give it a shot, you think so? I don't know, and I have to make another channel, you know? That's a problem with content like this. If I would now start make physics videos, I would have to create yet another channel. Because YouTube hates multiple topics on one channel. Good, I'd hope I will be able to watch Hobbit Part 2. Yeah, would be nice if we can make it. Hope I can schedule maybe the next live stream a bit earlier. Snow White has 7 dwarves and Chris has 7 channels. Yeah, that's a good point. Maybe drink booze for Hobbit Part 3 are potentially necessary to get through that one. But we will see. But yeah, it's just, I don't know why it's so weird for like I have so many channels by now. It feels wrong. Like I have this channel, I have the games channel, because this channel was once a channel for Lord of Rings and games, but then YouTube said no, we want monothematic, so I split up and started a new channel. Then I have a German Lord channel, which I rarely upload anything because I don't have the time for it already. But I think doing stuff in German would actually also be pretty smart, actually, in thinking about it. Then I have my Twitch stream archive channel. Then I have 2 Twitch channels, which I only currently stream mostly to one of them, which is a German Twitch channel, tph_games. That's quite a bit of channel. Then I also have a German games channel where which I use as an archive for my German Twitch streams. That also exists. So then there's Patreon, which in theory would be great if I would also do more stuff with it, you know. And then you could also do shorts for YouTube Shorts and TikTok or whatever, and Instagram or whatever. You know, I have tons of formats where you could do stuff. And then you notice that the day only has 24 hours. But yeah, currently it's difficult. Yeah, Brother Grimm explained it would take a lot of explaining. They're very fundamental for also language, for the science behind the language, or the language science, like philology and so on. Very important principles or laws were discovered there. Like Grimm's Law. It's just an understand why I had such a big crush on Charles Dickens. But yes, that was the Hobbit watch part. We are far too off topic for the stream. We gave it a good 4 hours, 40 minutes. It's true, he was obsessed with Dickens. Interesting. He even went to stay at Dickens' house. Funny. Billboard 13 draw, of course, needs 13 channels. That would be far too much, to be honest. I would, you know what I would like? If YouTube at some point for the multi-channel stuff would just basically introduce subcategories for a channel, which you can subscribe to. You know what I mean? So usually if you open my channel or any other channel, you have home. Let me see how it even looks now. Tell you wrong stuff here. Home, videos, shorts, live, podcasts, playlist, posts, membership, stuff like this. You know, it would be great if you had like a way to say, okay, here is videos for Lord of the Rings. Then I have one videos tab for games. And it's all on the same channel. And if you don't want to see the games video stuff, you can make one click and then you don't see it anymore. Or it's not showing up in your sub box or whatever. And I can decide to which category I upload, like a subcategory for each channel. So I don't have to mess around with 500 channels. I just have to sort my videos. Yeah, this video belongs to law, this video to games, this video to else, you know. And then the algorithm it's just stupid to force YouTubers to have 6 different channels. Like, you definitely notice if you look at big YouTubers, they have like 5 channels for every stuff. Oh, I'm streaming. So my stream stuff is here. This is my highlight channel, and this is the stuff I'm actually famous for on YouTube channel. Like, why is YouTube doing this? It's just stupid. Just have it all in once. It's just unnecessarily complicated to have messing around with everything. Like, if you don't want us to upload stuff all on the same channel because it has a negative impact on video performance. By the way, that's also the most stupid thing ever. Like, that previous videos that don't perform well have a negative impact on how your channel performs. Like, what is this nonsense? That means the only way to be successful on YouTube is to play it safe all the time. But isn't it awesome on YouTube if creators experiment? And sometimes an experiment fails, and it's completely fine. But then I have just put in time into a video that failed. You know what I mean? But it's terrible from the perspective of, well, I failed, and as a result, the video did not get many views. It was an experiment, okay. But in addition, I get punished for just doing that. Like, why? But let's not talk about YouTube. I get angry. Currently, I get angry every time I talk about YouTube, because even though I like YouTube a lot, I also sometimes think the people, I don't know, forming these platforms are absolutely crazy. And the weirdest thing about YouTube, just to end this with a kind of last thing I definitely think that also goes into this direction, is that we don't know exactly what's going on with YouTube all the time, so we are consistently guessing. But guessing is not a good foundation for making decisions. As a result, there is something I call YouTube superstition, because people don't know it, and then Like, we can, with YouTube, we can in live kind of observe how some ideas, like some superstition ideas, are created. Like, if you walk, I don't know, under a ladder or meet a black cat or whatever, you have bad luck, whatever, I don't know. It's basically the same here. If you upload the video not on this day when sun and moon are perfectly, you know, it's just stupid. There are all these weird theories how to boost your channel and whatnot. It's just, sometimes they work, sometimes not. It's just absolutely crazy. You should only upload on Turing's Day. Oh no! Yeah, something like that. They were the Gaffer's homebrew, maybe. How many times have you read The Hobbit? Oh, that's a good question. I don't know. The problem is, due to my, like, I'm not a person who just sits down every time, I don't know, same time in the year and rereads a book completely. Same with Lord of the Rings for me. Because I do so much lore content, well, much is maybe an exaggeration if you're completely honest with me, but in the years I did a lot of lore content. I had to read basically the books every day, almost, for some years. And usually for the research, I only read the parts I need for the content I want to create. So it's not like I read Lord of the Rings from start to finish or The Hobbit from start to finish, but I would just read a specific chapter I need for research. And since The Hobbit is in research for my videos so far not often that relevant, so I rarely read it completely in the past couple of years. So I can't really tell you how often I read through The Hobbit. Like, definitely a couple of times, but can't put a number on that. I just know some chapters I read definitely more times than others. Same with The Lord of the Rings. Like the chapter, The Council of Elrond, I have read 100 times or something. But I don't know. Flotsam and Jetsam, in Lord of the Rings, I maybe have only read a handful of times. Is it Flotsam? Whatever, however it's pronounced. English pronunciation of words that currently I'm not even sure how to be spelled is always is always difficult. Let me just look it up because I'm curious, chat. How was it pronounced? I looked it up in the past. It's really Flotsam, okay. Aren't there AI models trained on just Elrond lore? I don't think so. Usually when the big AI models usually tell you, they got better to be fair, but they still tell you a lot of nonsense when you ask them about specific lore questions. I don't know. I kind of like doing research when it comes to the books. I get definitely enjoyment out of digging some quote out of a book. Like when there's this little bit of information and I have like an idea that I never noticed before, a connection or so that I can bring into the videos. I always find enjoyment in uncovering those and then sharing them with the world. Like in the prelude to the Lord of the Rings video I made not long ago, which unfortunately did not get good views. 1,000 views, barely correct with this video, and was, in my opinion, a really good video. I really liked it when I was done with it. I was really satisfied. There was, for example, something I never noticed before, that the story of Denethor and of Theoden are very similar. Like, both had very tragic stories. Both lost their wife early. Both went into a position of power, lost their wife early, were challenged in their life in many ways. Both lost their sons. Well, one lost only one son, to be fair, but you know what I mean. So there are definitely some parallels. And still the characters are very different. Like Denethor, at some point, turned the completely wrong way, and Theoden kind of was saved in a way. You could argue what at the end saved Theoden. What in the end saved Theoden? Was it Eowyn, for example? Was it, I don't know, the ability to maybe not take him too, I don't know, this is maybe a weird way to say, does not take himself seriously, but not himself more too important. And it's very interesting characters, I think, though. Like, of course, Theoden is the king. He is really important, but you know what I mean? I think when Saruman says to him, "You are a lesser son of greater sires," he tries to really hit the spot there. I think Theoden handles it relatively well. Or a lesser son of great sires. Are we diving into this? It's very kind of interesting. I should make a video about Theoden at one point, I think. The voice of Saruman really knows how to get into one's head and cause problems. Yeah, for sure. Just trying to figure out what Saruman said exactly, because here in the text, a lesser son of great sires am I. So Theoden says this about himself. And the point though still stands, that Theoden says this about himself shows that he's a great character, because he takes himself not too important. I think Denethor would not say this. And this is kind of a difference, like, you know what I mean? Turns out the Theoden guy is a pretty cool character. And yeah, kind of finding these little details in the text and so on, and making connections, or finding details also in the film, for example, little stuff that... Yeah, Theoden already had some self-confidence issues, and Saruman knew to reinforce them. Yeah, for sure. But it makes him an interesting or a good character, I think. He also calls Merry and Pippin ragtag, I think, suggesting their useless baggage and forcing their own self-doubt. Yeah, it's really interesting. I mean, Saruman is known for that he knows how to talk, for sure. I'm going to be reading, sorry. Now it becomes interesting. For I need you not, nor your little band of gallopers, as swift to fly as to advance. Theoden, horse master, long ago I offered you a state beyond your merit and your wit. I have offered it again, so that those whom you misled may clearly see the choice of roads. You give me brag and abuse, so be it, go back to your huts. It's time for me to sign off. I enjoyed the watch party and discussion. Thank you. Good night, Joe. Thank you also for joining and participating. Much, much appreciated. I think we also cut here the stream, Marino, as it's called, the stream here. And I'm not sure. I think the credits didn't really change. So thank you so much for your support. Here as to the members, people who, I don't know, also have our Patreon on the membership here, as membership on I think, what is it called, a subscription on Twitch, as it's called there, and also other ways to support me here with thanks and super chats and all the good stuff that you can do, plus the other ways that also exist. I don't know. There's also now a Ko-fi link in case you prefer that, whatever. You find all the stuff in the description if you so desire. But also, of course, what counts is that you are here in chat, active, writing stuff in the comments, and also being active in chat. That's much appreciated. Participating and so on. Recommending me further. Much, much appreciated as well. So thank you all the people here for that. Next watch party will be next week, most likely. Maybe on Sunday. I think it could be on Sunday. I tried to schedule it a bit earlier, so keep an eye out for this. Maybe-ish. We have a Q&A in between if I find the time for it. Maybe-ish. Depends a bit how much progress I make next week. There might be a lore video. I can't promise though that I can make it in 1 week. That is definitely planned for the future. Is there any other thing I forgot? I don't know. But yeah, that is basically it here for the watch party stream. I hope you enjoyed it. I may maybe make a little vote thing at some point where people can vote if we shall watch War of the Rohirrim, maybe after Christmas. Like I said, I would have started today with War of the Rohirrim, to be honest, but I think it's smarter to do it later because my time schedule thing is currently a bit rusty. Not rusty, it's just very full. My schedule is just kind of full. So it will be tough to find the time for all these streams. Yeah, sorry, and also to you, long-time supporter, much, much appreciated. And yeah, all the other people, of course, also in chat. I know it's also difficult times for a lot of people, so don't get me wrong, but yeah, I just appreciated everybody being here active on this channel. When something comes up in the comments, pressing the like button also helps. So that's much appreciated. Also, if you haven't done it yet, feel free to press the like button. Oh, that's also one thing I might do here. So I should have mentioned it at the beginning, but I mentioned it kind of, that when I keep this VOD here open, and I'm not sure if it's good or bad actually, because it gives interaction, but some people think this is a restream of the actual film, and then they give me dislikes, tons of it, and hate me for it, even though I did do nothing. Like more than writing watch party in the title and only my audio commentary in brackets behind it. It's all I can do. So to avoid annoying people, this VOD will stay online maybe for a week or something, and then I put it on unlisted. And then you only find it if you want to rewatch it or whatever. There's a playlist on this channel called Watch Parties, and in theory, all my watch parties we did in the past, you find there in the playlist, then you find the unlisted videos there. Just as a final disclaimer here at the end, I most likely will do this again, or maybe I add in brackets, not the movie. Like, the problem is people don't read. That's the biggest problem, I think, on this planet. If people could just read titles, it would be awesome, but it's not always the case. So people are seeing the thumbnail, watch party, first Hobbit film, click on it, and I'm disappointed that it's not the film. Well, Like, I'm not making this up. It's really what's happening. Like, people give me a lot of dislikes on my watch party videos because they think it's the actual film, and then I'm disappointed that it's not. Well, it's not the film. I said it as a disclaimer at the beginning of the film, though, that it's not the film. There's not more I can do, I think. So maybe I put it as an unlisted video. I don't know. So again, thank you for the likes coming in, and I would say I wish you a good evening or a nice good night, sleep well, or a good day whenever you watch this, at whatever time zone you are currently in. And see you people maybe next week or something like that, to the next watch party at least. Then we watch The Hobbit, The Desolation of Smaug. And I think that's everything for now, right? I think so. So again, thank you for your support. I just keep an ad running because I have not run a single ad during this 5-hour stream. So yeah, won't end immediately. See you next time. Goodbye. Have a good one.